A, bit, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Department of Financial and Business Economics, I welcome you all to the HR Conclave organized by the Corporate Relations and Placement Committee under the Association of Finance and Control, University of Delhi. I, Anchal Tiwari, along with my co-host Akash Rathi, will take you on a journey to explore your career and tap your talent with a number of sessions at the HR Conclave. Quickly rushing back to the very foundation of Department of Financial Studies, the department was established in 1987 under the aegis of Delhi University. The department offers a course in finance, which is recognized by the CFA University Affiliation Program. It endeavors to provide the industry with qualified, resolute, dedicated, and finance professionals. It was rated AAA by Times ranking, making it one of the 20 top B schools. Even for the better development of skills, the department has now tied up with various international colleges and universities. These include Thames Management School, Institut National de Telecommunications, Evry, France, University of Leicester, England, and Akron University, USA. So talking about today's event and theme, reinventing human resource. It is to witness the innovation and engaging sessions, deliberations by the eminent HR professionals in the world of analytics, strategy, finance, and consulting. To serve this purpose, we will invite successful leaders to share their valuable experience and guide us, the future leaders, for the same. On behalf of the department, I'd like to request Professor Ritesh Mishra, Assistant Professor Economics, Department of Finance and Business Economics, University of Delhi, to address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Anchal. Thank you. Distinguished expert from industry, my dear student, I'm very happy to see this event happening today. So this is a very well-timed and well-planned effort of the student of the Department of Financial Studies. Once now it is Department of Finance and Business Economics. It has been our practice to continuously interact with the distinguished expert from the industry and seek their guidance to bridge the gap between the industry and academia. But this time, this HR conclave has assumed very important aspects, in the sense that the entire world, not only the India, but the entire world is trying to kickstart their economies after the a second shock, you can say. After the global financial crisis, we have the COVID shock, where the entire supply chain and the global value chain has been disrupted. And everywhere we have a shortage of a human resource. So we have seen in England, in Europe, there is a shortage of resources, especially the human resources, because of this COVID shock. Now, I am very happy and congratulate this organizing team that they have invited a distinguished panel of experts from industry to discuss some of the core issues of human resource in today's complex industrial and the corporate setup. Managing human resource in the current system has become very challenging. It's not only now limited to hiring a few professionals to keep the business and the production process going, or just to meet the emerging demand, but it is actually more complex than what is visible and understood in general perception. In India, at least, it is very challenging. It has become indeed very challenging now. The reason being, managing human resource in terms of USA, in terms of Europe, in terms of some other advanced countries was different compared to India. Because these countries, these Western countries, they followed a predictable economic growth path. First agrarian, then they jumped to industrial base. They had a mature industrial base, then they jumped to the tertiary sector or the service sector. And as a result, they also faced, their HR management team also faced a predictable path of demand for human resources, demand for skill, demand for manpower. And the objective then there was just to meet those growing and the emerging demand for human resources. But as far as India is concerned, the task is very challenging. It's not about only hiring a few professional, few skilled workers. it is challenging in the sense that India never followed a predictable path of economic growth. We were an agrarian economy before the independence. Then during the 5-year plan, we just set up our industrial base. But before that industrial base gets completely matured and we had a very sound industrial base, we jump to the tertiary sector or the service sector. So now we have a very strong service sector, which is contributing more, and hence its requirement for human resources are relatively more than the industrial sector. But there is a unique problem. The problem is the service sector works simultaneously with technology, automation, and human resources. So it has become very challenging to strike an optimal balance between your requirement of human resource, your requirement of technology, your requirement of automation. So the today's HR management is a lot more complex than what it was once upon a time, maybe during 70s, 80s, or 60s. And so I'm very happy that you have invited a distinguished panel of experts from the industry who is going to, in the forthcoming 3 or 4 sessions, panel discussion, they are going to touch upon, discuss, and deliberate many core issues, many core challenges faced by the HR team, HR experts in India, and you will get a lot of guidance to prepare yourself for your interaction with the labor market and for the job market. Thank you. I thank all the organizing team for their effort, and also welcome the eminent distinguished members from our industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the address, sir. Now, without the further delay, we would like to start with today's first event, that is the panel discussion.
Okay. Achal, I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay. A very good morning to everyone. The topic for our first panel discussion of the day is HR analytics and its impact on businesses. As we are already aware about the increasing trend of using analytics to solve the company problems wherever there is a lot of information available, application of analytics in human resource management has made the organizations realize its importance. And now more and more companies can be seen adopting these strategies. In order to discuss on this particular topic today, with great pleasure, I would like to say that it is a great opportunity for us to be able to learn from the experience and views of our industry leader panelists. So I would like to introduce the panelists for the day. Our first panel member is Ms. Shivani Nanda. Shivani is an electrical engineer graduate and has a master's degree in human resource management from MDI Gurgaon. She worked in Tata Motors for 3.5 years prior to joining Tiger Analytics. She is currently Associate Director of People Operations. She is leading talent management and employee engagement verticals currently. With 10 years of experience in the people function, she is passionate about people and their contributions to the organization. She is focused on creating and sustaining an ecosystem that enables people to perform, grow, and excel while delivering consistent business values. She has led strategy and execution across 2 very different industries with diverse workforce across multiple generations. Beyond work, Shivani loves to read and travel. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Our second panelist is Mr. Charles Godwin. Charles graduated as Bachelor in Social Work and then pursued his Master's in Social Work as well. He has work experience of more than 15 years while working in diverse sector companies. He is currently working at Zoho Corporation as HR leader, prior to which he was associated with organizations like TVS Logistics, Taj Hotels, etc. Zoho Corporation is an Indian multinational company that makes web-based business tools. It is best known for its online office suite named Zoho. Moving on, our third panelist is Mr. David Tandr. David is a Bachelor of Commerce graduate and has his postgraduate diploma in performance and strategic management from Accelerate. With work experience of more than 15 years, he has been associated with companies like ADP, Amazon, and is now working at Infosys BPM as Senior Manager Talent Acquisition. Infosys Limited is an Indian multinational information technology company that provides business consulting, information technology, and outsourcing services. He has worked and has done justice to diverse projects that he took during his past experience. Lastly, our moderator for this panel discussion is Ms. Asmita Ghosh. Ashmita is an information technology graduate and completed her MBA from IIM Ranchi. She worked at Samsung Electronics for about 2 years prior to joining Flipkart. She was an HR business partner for Samsung Communications R&D business unit. And currently she is a HR business partner for Flipkart, where she handles work related to partnering with tech and product teams at Flipkart Wholesale. Along with this, she also handles talent management and HR projects for supply chain business at Flipkart. She's an experienced human resource partner with a demonstrated history of working in internet industry, is skilled in talent management, M&A, organization behavior, and human resource planning. With this, I would not take much time and request Ms. Ashmita to please begin with the panel discussion. We all are anticipating an insightful session and with all our honorable guests. Over to you, Ashmita.
Hey, thank you so much. Firstly, I just say so excited and thrilled about this day coming here, being amidst the students, and most importantly, like you, learning from the esteemed panelists who are present over here. I was just looking throughout the day, the lineup of all speakers coming, and I'm really looking forward to an extremely learning day along with upcoming leaders in finance domain and so many entrepreneurs from you guys as well. Right. So with that, I'm really happy that today I get to jam with Shivani, Charles, and David in the first panel. So I know you, Shivani. I have met Shivani in one of the conclaves at IIM Ranchi a few weeks ago, and really thrilled to learn so much from her already. And yeah, Charles and David, from you also, we look forward to learn from a lot. So in today's first panel, we have a discussion primarily anchored on HR analytics, right? And more so, I will term it as people analytics and how it's helping us in this in the current domain. Yeah. So I guess I'll just first go in a kind of sequence. So firstly, I'll reach out to you, David, to learn, in the last decade, so to say, how did you see data and analytics in HR playing a critical role and transforming over the time? Yeah, so just want to know from David how your experience has been over this decade when it comes to analytics in making any people decision.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Ashmita. And again, to start off, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It's great to be here and share the knowledge what we have developed over a period of time. And it's great to talk and educate and ensure that we all are on the same page with regards to HR analytics and what we've learned. It's always, good. It's good to share your thoughts and have everybody around the world, everybody to be on the same page. And starting with the question, I think it's evolved over a period of time. It's not what it was when I started off as an associate in the HR industry. Right now, when compare HR analytics actually plays a key role right now for everybody, every organization. They wanted their organizations to use the analytic platforms, irrespective of whatever they have. So in terms of HR, initially, if I have to compare certain things, there was more of a paperwork initially when I started off. Anybody who comes and who walks into an organization, who carries the documents, a hard copy document, for example, they used to submit their papers and that has to be stored for years. Over a period of time, that's not the case, or that's not the situation. That's not the platform. That's not the model we follow. It's changed. So everything right now, it's soft copy. It's documented. There were chances of losing on documents before, but right now that's not the case. Keeping in mind compliance as well, That's not the same case. There were chances. We used to reach out to people numerous times to give us the same kind of a documents again and again, but that's not the case because we are on a cloud-based model again. We have everybody's documents saved on cloud, and we also have their own credentials. Like, they can also go drop in if I have done my any additional certification, I can go and drop in there. Every organization follows the same formula right now. So keeping in mind, I think it's a great transformation. I would see, help, also with regards to hiring, there's a smooth and very nice transition happens, unlike before. Reaching out to the employees or the prospects multiple times, numerous times. That's not the case. And this has actually enabled all of us, the HR industry, to identify successful practices and pinpoint weak areas in need of improvement. And the HR analytics enables strategic decision making that can drive business solutions through improving. And that's the ask for all the clients, for that matter. If you're working with clients, that's the same ask from the internal clients as well and the external clients. So that would be my answer. But yes, it has actually evolved and a great transformation. And I really like the way it's progressing also. We encourage our teams, we've encouraged our leaders, we encourage the organization to come up with a lot of value adds and suggestions in terms of HR operations as well. It's overall, from hiring to retiring, there's a huge things. Unless at one point in time, it's only one or two people. But, I actually echo what Ritesh was talking about, certain things, how it evolved and what the expectation and how the students have to look at it have changed right now. And I'm sure, I think, it's everything designed and plattered in a plate for everybody, most of them. That was not the case before. I'm glad and I'm happy that the changes are positive. And with this pandemic, I think there's a lot of changes again. With all of us working from home, the thought process of an individual and the organization actually changed. It's not the same mundane thing what we were doing. We've actually gone beyond our abilities of thinking. While working from home, we got used to certain kind of while working from office, we actually got used to working in a style, certain style. There's certain things which has told you've been ABC has to be done by you. But right now, while working from home, things have changed. The thought process, the value adds, the contributions from an employee with regards to change in the system also has gone to a next level. I've never seen in my entire career the kind of value adds or suggestions with regards to HR operations had come. I think we had tremendously, we were able to implement a lot of them in the organization. It's very positive at this point of time.
Cool, David. Actually, we will, in one of our questions, we will dig deeper into how HR analytics has played so critical a role in the new ways of work amidst the pandemic, the way it got all overall. Yeah, thank you so much, David. I get from you that with digitalization of HR and HR analytics coming in, lot of data gets into, kind of our HR domain now, right? So with that, I'll move on to you, Shivani, and same question for you will be, how do you see over a decade HR analytics really helping in people decisions?
Thank you, Ashmita, and hello, everybody. So from my perspective, Ashmita, one thing, so in data analytics, maybe I'll take the liberty since I come from an analytics organization, right? I'll just go into the different stages of, finally, before you actually do the analytics or the analysis of data, what is required? The first step is a data capture thing where, David was mentioning how we have transitioned from paper documents to online formats. And I think there was a stage where there was hard copies being stored in files, and then we moved to uploading scanned documents. And now we have several parsers that we call it, right, for the text analytics and all, that can read through a variety of documents. You could upload those data in any format. So those kind of data reading technologies, if I may just simplify it for this group, that's used, and that can extract the exact data, the fields that you would like to focus on. Now, once there's capture of data, the next thing is the quality of data, right? For you to do analytics, there shouldn't be a lot of missing fields and all of that. It should be in a certain format, right? So for example, I have the college information here for all of you. I'm doing a batch analytics. Now, if I have one city as Kolkata and one city as KOL, then that again impacts my analytics that I will do. So a lot of standardization and data quality checks are done in the background, which was only possible when you had those fields of data, in simpler formats that you could, standardize. That was a big challenge earlier because one, the ERP systems that were historically there, they were so complex that HR professionals were averse to filling in data. It was just done, just so that I tick that box, saying I've stored the candidate data or stored the person's data, the employee's data, because it was very cumbersome. There used to be ERP training sessions held, I remember, during my very early days in Tata Motors. It was this mammoth, system that you couldn't get the entire, and there were ERP experts. So you were dependent again on one team. It was, so what we have also done is simplified that, capture and quality has been ensured. And then we come to the analytics part. Now, when you have all these data ready, and a lot of organizations in India today do not have the right quality of data to do analytics. That's the one that we struggle when clients approach us. We have to, tell them that, hey, you should start your analytics journey by having the right data first, and specifically in people analytics, right? The other fields are way ahead, be it banking or be it, other customer data, all of that, you have some storage that's happening in the last 10, 15 years. People analytics is very new because of the data quality. Now, once that is there, then you come to the analytics. Now, a lot of models are being developed, be it attrition analysis or, performance potential analysis, all of that people analytics. Now, what that has done to me as an HR professional, I also have graduated from being, suppose I used to spend 50% of my time collecting data and 50% of it to take next level action. Now I spend very less time in the data collection. I just have to ensure that a questionnaire is being sent at the right life cycle stage, right? Somebody joins, I send the right questionnaire. You get promoted, I send the right questionnaire. So that data capture being automated, I as an HR professional am able to focus on the next level discussions. I'm able to get those trends, the patterns at the click of a button. Again, I don't have to sit with the Excel sheet. What data engineers today do is they prepare that app kind of, right? So it's as easy as using your Instagram, where just in the click of a button, you see trends saying, oh, you know what, Shivani, the employee satisfaction is going down. We want to do something about it. The system, points those questions at you. And what you can focus is brainstorm and take action. So I think that has been, the tremendous journey of people analytics, and therefore how we are empowered and enriched in our roles as HRs.
Nice. So nice to know, Shivani. You actually spoke about my experience of how I have seen in a very short span as well. Now we have data on the go, and it's more focusing on the interventions you take after reading through the inferences from the data, right? Cool. With that, I go on to you, Charles, to know how you have seen in a very first growing organization, how data analytics is helping you day to day versus, what you have seen might be 5 years before.
Okay. Thank you, Ashmita. Very nice insights from David and Shivani. And maybe in the last 5 years, to be very specific, I would like to quote a couple of examples which I have experienced. Maybe a few years earlier as well. In one of my earlier engagement, due to industry pandemic, the technology industry. No, we need to send a bunch of employees out of the company. And it was a short-term assignment. We need to complete that in a very, very high speed, meaning within a couple of days. The entire team was brainstorming, trying the best to do the best for our employees to let them go. The number was high. And first 2 days, I was totally disturbed. And I felt like, I'm not doing justice in terms of, whatever I've been doing. Of course, that's part of HR role, but I have been doing earlier as well. But the data which I have seen, which I have noticed, people who have been consistently performing, right? For example, the top performers, number one. Number two, the niche skills, where the recruiters find very, very difficult to hire from the market and so on. The fourth day, I went back to office. I did a small study for about half day, got an Excel sheet, a basic Excel sheet to find out the entire background of that particular bunch of employees who were remaining to leave the company. And that same evening, I was able to find out who are the top performers in the last 3 years, who were the consistent performers in the last 3 years, who were the niche skill technology experts who have been hired in this company, how many man hours of our recruiters have been spent, the technical panel have been spent. Now, all that in a very beautiful Excel sheet and brought that in a presentation with the help of the team. You won't believe, from that bunch of data, we were able to retain in the same company a 30%, closely about 29 to 30% of our employees in that particular bunch of data. So the lesson which I have learned, when we want to get into a boardroom as HR leaders, when we want to really get aligned with the business, when we want to get really aligned or partnered with our clients, I think data plays a very, very important role in part and parcel of our life. Going back about 15 years back, I was very, very clear to stay away from data. But today, if I don't speak data in my organization, if I don't speak data in my business meetings, I think I'm out. Whether I like it or not, data plays a very, very important role. The other classic example I would like to quote, when we get into, in our organization, we are known for the free food facility in our campus, 24/7. And that's one of the very special, when any visitor comes in, they feel, very, very special about the food. Today, we have so many technologies where we can find out the expressions of our emotions of our people after having their food, right? Whether our employees are happy after having 13 different varieties of dosa, whether our employees are happy on a Wednesday afternoon after having a biryani at our campus, or any visitor who come in, right? So even before an employee gets into an organization, during our hiring process, a couple of years back, I did a 7-stage model, meaning, within 7 minutes, any visitor who comes into our organization at the main security, that person has to be reaching the entire exact building or the floor or the meeting room within 7 minutes, completing all the process. Whether if we need a battery car, yes, it should be provided there. And the next 7 minutes, the respective concerned person has to meet, or the team has to connect with them, and so on. That was very, very beautiful. And when we did a study after an year or so, now the feedback which we have seen, the data which we have seen, that's very, very phenomenal. Whether our candidates who are joining or not, anybody who visits our campus, right, in our organization. So to conclude, data is everything today. Without data, I think, I can't, win our customers. I can't win our business leaders as well. Thank you, Ashmita.
Very true, Charles. And thanks for, sharing a few examples, live examples at workplace where analytics and data really helps in making a decision, right? Cool, Charles. with that, I'll move on to discuss with you, Shivani. Uh, so analytics has various steps, right away from descriptive to some diagnostic to might be prescriptive, predictive, and then prescriptive. Where do you think, our organizations, mainly in India, are placed in this entire spectrum? And where should we actually vision to reach?
So, Ashmita, the very ideal goal of any analytics, exercise is to be prescriptive. That's like the top end, right? Where you're able to preempt a lot of things. But I think we're just beginning to enter the predictive zone. That's where, because again of the various challenges that Indian organizations face today, I see that being accelerated in certain way because of the pandemic, because of the remote work. Now a lot of data capture mechanisms, companies have been investing in softwares, employee engagement surveys, a lot of things that was left to a little sideline, maybe because you met a person face to face in office, right? But now since everybody is remote, there are a lot more interventions in software that are being brought in. So I think while the journey was slow and we are at the beginning of predictive, but very soon it will be accelerated, and where we want to reach is, of course, where you can preempt and proactively tell the business saying, hey, if you hire this person with this kind of a background, the person will last, say, for 3 years in the organization. That's the ideal state you want to get to. But today, a lot of other things, come in between, and therefore it's just beginning to get there.
Got you, Shivani. Shivani, just double clicking on, going deeper on some HR functions might be. Suppose for recruitment, if we consider, how do you see currently organizations are placed, and what can organizations actually do to go in a prescriptive model?
Okay. I think recruitment in my mind today is extremely volatile. In the recent few months, what we've seen is no previous model is making sense because of I think the other, Charles and David would agree, there are such high percentage of offer declines. It's suddenly become a very talent-driven market. And therefore, all the models that we had in the past, we're re-looking at a lot of them, Ashmita. But what we can do is one, if we can get a lot of candidate data, and there's a central database. Today, what I get, for example, when I hire a technical talent today, I might get your career details from LinkedIn, for example, or from a job portal that you apply. It could be through my own career website. It could be through any other ways. Now, there could be a GitHub, for example, where you have a code base and you have a lot of other things there. Now, that is also part of your capabilities. So I think that consolidation hasn't happened. Some players in the market are beginning to provide that consolidation, where they have all of these other elements also coming in. For example, you have a blog, the extracurriculars, right, that I don't capture today. Suppose you're a food blogger, right? Or you are a sports enthusiast, and you have some material on the net. It could also be, again, this borders on data privacy as well, right? So you don't want to go there yet. But for example, I have Googled a lot about history of continents. That's my interest area. Now that's not coming anywhere. Would that be relevant for my job? I don't know. So variety of data sitting out there. We have, as an individual, I have several footprints out there in the digital world. What I'm showing you on LinkedIn is just, my say my degree and my role description in 2-3 lines and all of that. Beyond that, there could be several other things, which I think when it is one integrated world and there's just one platform where everything is captured, that will be my ideal world for recruitment, because I increasingly see you learn from all of those, right? For example, you have been part of a theater group, and suppose you're leading there. A lot of leadership capabilities are honed there, and you might bring that into the job. Today I have no way of finding that out. So I have a very narrow view of an individual today, saying, oh, engineering degree, MBA degree, ho gaya, and all of that, right? And that's not the individual. That's just tip of the iceberg. So if you want me to, go on and on, I think a very close to heart topic as well. When I speak to individuals, given that you've given a resume, the first question that I ask is, tell me something that's not on your resume, because that defines the person much more than, what you put there out on the resume. And that has to be very organic in my mind, which is not yet happening. I don't have all that data to take a decision.
True that. Got you, Shivani. Cool. I'll move on to you, David, and we'd like to understand, from a recruitment perspective, how do you see analytics playing a role, and how do we reach to a prescriptive stage? Might be sometime very soon.
Good question again, Ashmita. Firstly, I would like to start with what Charles and Shivani also mentioned about certain things. I really echo to what they're saying in terms of data. Data is very important with the way Charles quoted about data, how important it is in today's world and in today's generation. Yes, I agree. Initially, when I started off, it's the same. It's the same. It was the same. I think data was okay, fine. It can be given, and just to meet the business requirement, the data was projected. Are we doing it right or not? What's the income? What's the outcome? That's uh, that's the key at that point in time. But right now, without data, there's nothing. Even if you want to grow in your career, anything what you're doing, it should be in numbers. Without numbers, no organization is functioning. It cannot. I think it will not appreciate the talent also. I'll give a small example of being productive. I have 5 team members and I have only 2 promotions. And if 5 team members in the same process doing the same thing month on month will not achieve, or they cannot achieve, or they cannot see themselves growing to the next level. Even though I have 2 promotions, I have 5 people, I have to choose top 2 in 5. So those 2 have to be different from 5 others in terms of performance, meeting their daily goals, meeting their expectations, going beyond their ability to think, if they're adding value to the organization. So those kind of data we all look at. It's just not in the HR also. When I started off with HR, operations was more in terms of recruitment, more in terms of hiring people, more in terms of onboarding, and the data capture, I think, even with regards to appraisal, nothing was gauged appropriately. But right now, with these systems in place, the way we gauge HR professionals also is different, because there is also an expectation. There is a data. Like, for example, if I have to meet 10 requirements in a week, the recruiter is gauged on it. If the recruiter is capable or not. So that is one thing. And with answering to your question, Ashmita, see, recruitment, there's a lot of churn which is happening. With the skill set, what we look at, what we want, and what is there in the market. With the market opening again right now, if you ask the same question, my answer would have been different 1 year back. But this year, it is different again. And 2019, wherein I've never witnessed any of these, it was different. So it's fluctuating. It's just that as an individual, how well we can adapt ourselves to these changes and react to it. And in terms of hiring, in terms of recruiting, in terms of reaching out, I see there's a lot of, because of the market is opening right now, there's a lot of candidates drop out. You offer, I at least witnessed this as a big challenge at this point in time in the recruiting area. And you have, in case if there is no proper hand holding with the prospect, you see, because prospects have a lot of opportunities. There's outside market, there's no dearth of opportunities. In the analytics world right now, recruitment plays a very key role, or the analytics play a very key role because of the data capturing of an individual. That was not the case. Like Shivani mentioned, you know, what is apart from the skill set, there's lot much I look out for in an individual. It is just not what is mentioned in a profile. It is so easy. And again, with the time, uh, these days, again, there's a restriction. You cannot go beyond 2 pages. And if I have 15 years of experience, where would I mention that? That's the biggest task. So, and again, with regards to this, I think this the way we can project ourselves in a profile and in the, you know, shortlisting the candidates and all that, I think we have a lot of platforms right now. And again, keeping in mind the way we are evolving in terms of analytics, I think it's a great thing, great way to look at to identify the niche skill set as well at the same time. Like, you know, who is great, who's not great, and who, even though same engineering candidate I'm hiring, I interview 3 of them, all the 3 of them would be different with the mindset or the way they talk or the way they project. That varies. But while talking and gauging on these tools will help me because we've got a software, what we do in an organization, the same thing. Uh, the previous organization that I used to work for, it was a skill set mapping which used to happen during the call itself. Uh, everybody, even though you have a role, you have a title, you're not eligible to take an interview, at least for the niche skill set. So you have to spend some time. You have to undergo certain classroom sessions within the organization to get there. So during the interview, we follow certain analytics, the certain tools to ensure if the candidate is meeting my benchmark or not. So it is not my opinion. I don't go with my emotions here. I don't go with what I'm looking at, you know, what they have done and their family background. Most of the times in an interview, it happens that, you know, we tend to, as a human nature, we tend to, if somebody comes out with their emotions, we try to balance it and, you know, okay, let's give them an opportunity. But this generation, it doesn't work anymore. It's exactly what you do, how you project in the interview matters a lot. It is definitely not your resume. It is definitely not how you, what you have done, but yes, how you are projecting yourself is more important.
Very true. True, David. Cool. So, David, we heard from you, from a employer's view lens, how it matters and what we look into, right? So, I'll move on to ask this to you, Charles, that from a employee or candidate standpoint, rather, how do you see, when I place myself in the shoes of a candidate, what should I keep in mind to ensure that while through recruitment, people analytics picks up many data and shows it to the employer? How can me as a candidate stand out, and what should I do? Yeah, because, and I'm asking this question because here we have many students as well as professionals who might be looking from the other side of the reward and want to understand and speculate, or might be try to understand how it happens on the other side and make it work out, right? So just help us understand any advice, any kind of insights that will be very helpful.
Thank you, Ashmita. Very interesting question indeed, because after 5 years of journey, I was just looking myself to find out how I can prepare a resume. All right, and end of the day, one question or one answer which any fresher or anybody will look at, tell me something about yourself. Right. So what I did, I was very keen on my internships and projects during my college time. And I was a last bench student throughout. Having been a last bench student, I wanted to ensure that I get some practical exposure at least, so that I can be successful in my career. So I've been to more than 30 different organizations physically, with a minimum period of about 1 month till 6 months. So I lived with 30 different organizations for minimum 1 month to 6 months. Different industries, different sector, whether it is relevant or not, I just want to observe what they do. So I've been to IT, I've been to manufacturing, I've been to service, logistics, government organization. I've been to central prison to understand psychology of people, right? So when I been interviewed during my first interview, they asked the same question, tell me something about yourself. And I narrated as a story with data. I told 13 different organizations, 13 different exposures, and what I have learned, how many man hours I have spent in every industry sector, split it into 4 to 5 different industries, and how that has helped me to find out that technology industry is the one which I've been aspiring for. So even for that particular question, tell me something about yourself. Definitely, I strongly believe we can speak data, right? So that the interviewer or the employer can easily relate with, connect with, and understand how a person can answer with data even for a simple question. So I think this applies for anybody, even for 10 years experience folk, even for 20 years experience folk. So that's one example I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Cool, Charles. Cool. I'll again move on to asking this to you, Shivani. While it comes to any data point in HR, it's often very fuzzy. It is not, so absolute like a 0 or 1. So suppose maybe I take, for example, talent management. Yeah, and whether a certain promotion should happen or not. And it brings in a lot of judgment, views, and opinions, and it's not so quantifiable, right? So amidst such nuances that happen in HR, how do you think analytics, the data integrity really holds while making a decision, and how do we strike a right balance between understanding it just from what data says to what human judgment says? So just trying to understand how do we balance it off.
That's of course there has to be a balance, Ashmita. That's where I would start from. The reason being, I think if you use each of the offerings, like the human intervention that you have and the data analytics that you have in the system, for their strengths, I think it is going to be a win-win situation. One should not step into the other role, kind of. For example, a lot of nuances like you mentioned, right? So okay, let me start with this. At Tiger Analytics, we still do not depend on a lot of analytics for our performance management. We still have day-long sessions where the leadership discusses individual cases. There is, of course, some data supporting it, but then there are absolutely, discussions from, the leadership, the mentor, every party involved, right? HR presents, all of us, and those are discussions with people, because you cannot do away with the nuances that are there, the gray areas, they're always there. Now, what happens is, for example, I'll give you some examples, right? Suppose there are 2 analysts, both of them have similar role expectations, right? I expect you to do XYZ from both. Now, what are the factors that are impacting your performance beyond the role? Maybe the client, right? One of you have a demanding client and the other has, a very steady state project, and you can anticipate what's going to be asked of you next. That also impacts performance. And there are several other factors like this that would impact your performance. Now, those come out only in discussions when your manager discusses with the leadership, saying, hey, maybe these are the reasons why this person's performance is like that. But now what I have from data is, there is, of course, the right, again, I'll go back to the previous point I mentioned, that the data should point to the right areas of discussion. What it does is to do away with your biases, to do away with, for example, there are 2 people. One is from a very premier college, one is from, like a B college, tier A college and tier B college. Now, if the panelist has this bias, right, saying, oh, tier A college, meaning they must be performing at the best of their capabilities, that's what my system should help avoid those biases. Or somebody who has spent a longer tenure in Tiger. Now, there's an obvious choice saying, oh, I know this guy for 3 years. And you start developing those emotional bonds for people you know longer. Now, as a panelist, will I be impacted when I'm discussing the performance? Saying, oh, 3 years and I should promote him. That's a strict no at Tiger. We're able to hold our meritocratic stance only because we base a lot of those discussions on data, right? So we don't go by tenure. We have a competency framework where there are, different level of skills that are expected of each of the roles. Right, analysts will have something, senior analysts will have the next level. So there are level benchmarkings as well. And data is collected as per that. Now, if there's a drop and there's a background, this thing, going on saying, what should be the score kind of. It's not like very mathematical, but at least there's a yes, no kind of score there. And that points me to the right questions that I asked during a performance review committee discussion. So, going back to my opening statement, there has to be balance. Don't try to use only, human discussions, or don't try to base it entirely on data, because you lose out a lot of, points that might impact an individual's performance or the decision that you take on the career. And I think that's the most important thing for somebody, right? When you're joining Tiger, you want to grow, you want to, get your feedback and everything. And you cannot risk it there. So we strive hard to maintain a balance.
Very true, Shivani. Very nice to know how, a right balance in performance management or any talent development discussion is done at Tiger Analytics. Yeah, cool. I'll move on to you, David, on the same question. Yeah, where to strike the right balance between any judgment versus what data is inferring.
Hi, thanks, Ashmita. I again go with what Shivani was referring to. I think it's the same thing. It's, for me, it should be the balance between the data and the human. It cannot be just the data. Somebody might be great at projecting the data, themselves with volumes, with productivity, with meeting all the parameters in the organization. But, in case if you don't have the right attitude, while having that will become a challenge, because if somebody is aspiring to get into a leadership role for that matter, and who's aspiring to lead a team, who's just not a lead a team for that matter, any role, we would also have to gauge, keeping in mind both, certain things, what we do, it's not a rocket science. It can be learned over a period of time. It's just how we start. I don't come from this background, but this organization that I've worked with, ensure that I stick on to these organizations that I worked for, like, the corporate world for that matter. So in that way, human and data and human should be, kept in mind while, rightly mentioned by Shivani again. In terms of performance, I think as an organization, we believe in pay for performance. It is not how long you've been. It is not Ashmita close to me or close, she's my best buddy. No, that doesn't work at all. I'm sure all the organizations follow the same protocol these days. It doesn't, yes, when I joined, I witnessed certain things. But yes, what I have not liked during my beginning of the career, as a leader, I ensure that my team or my people is not affected by such kind of a leadership or such kind of a style. So I completely believe in data with human. Ensuring, keeping in mind all the prospects of the organizations and the nitty-gritties of the team, everything. I think I would definitely judge an individual on both the parameters.
Cool, David. Just trying to double click on this particular question. When it comes to talent management or even performance development or performance management, what are the things you see organization is doing to ensure that there are no such, human judgment overwhelming and preceding the data? So what kind of might be, processes are being put in place?
So here, with the organization that I've worked, I think, there's a lot of diverse background I had and diverse learning in terms of talent acquisition. The best practices that I learned and that I want, it's not most of the times what happens is during an interview, if it is only me or the other person interviewing and we come to a decision, might it used to happen based on the look, based on what they're talking, the language that was. But right now, that's not the case. I have four panels, will ensure four panels involved in any kind of a role, irrespective of an entry level, irrespective of a senior level. So for an entry level, yes, somebody at my level might not take based on the level again, a team lead might take and ensure four team leads take and everybody have a documentation. They have to go, they have to document about an individual. Until and unless I document, I will not be able to see. So I have a rating there. You know, I can hire, need to hire or reject. So I would document everything based on my interview with the candidate. I would document it. And if I'm inclined, I would say incline. If I'm declined, I would say decline. So post four rounds of interview, we would have a discussion. How many yeses and how many nos? If the majority is a no, we will not even go further. If it's a combination of two yeses and two no, we would want to understand. If it's a combination of three yeses and a one no, it's still a discussion point as to three are agreeing, why one is still not in line with what we are thinking. So by an opinion, my aim is to convince the third, fourth person as well. I don't leave it there. So I don't ignore third person. No, I think majority, three of them are saying yes. You know, third person is saying, no, let's go with the majority. No, I ensure that I get a feedback and I convince that not inclined gets an incline from the fourth person and go ahead with the hiring process. That's the strategy we follow. And, you know, that actually helps. And again, the second question in terms of performance management, it is definitely a key role. It's a key thing in every organization. If I have to grow, I have to ensure that what is expected out of me in an organization, you know, I have my goal setting every year. Am I meeting my goals every year is more important. And based on my goals, I give my team my goals. Based on my goals, I would give them. Are they meeting? So it is not, as Shivani again mentioned, it's not based on the tenure you would get something. It is based on your performance you would be given. Most of them had a myth at one point in time saying that, you know, if I'm tenured in the organization, based on my tenurity, I would get promotions. No, that doesn't work. I think most of us had come out of that, at least in the corporate world. It doesn't work. Even if I am a friend, if I'm close with the leadership, that doesn't help. It is all how you're projecting yourself and your performance matters a lot.
Very true.
Yeah.
David, wonderfully explained to us how in recruitment we ensure a lot of data and then a lot of discussion so that it's just not flowing in from data inference, but a right balance between judgment, opinions, views.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut that because I've seen most of the, I mean, in the HR space, in the recruiting space as well. When you're hiring people, most importantly, we tend to go by people's appearance. That's the first tick, you know, that I ensured that is not the direction we should go in the organization that we work. Everybody have something. Everybody might be going through something in their personal life. Not everybody you're looking at cannot be the way you want it to. So I've ensured that all the leaders that report to me, the work with me, everybody, I ensure that please don't go by with how they look. Talk to them. If the interview is scheduled for half hour, that should be productively utilized for half hour. I cannot judge an individual's talent in just 5 minutes. I'm not that great individual. I think, you know, I might come across 15 to 20. I might scheduled interviews for 15 to 20 in a day, but it doesn't mean that my mindset, my attitude, my thought process is not impacting somebody's career there. If I am my first interview and that 15th interview should be in the same attitude, with the same intention, and with the same mindset. So that is what we drive in an organization, just not what's in the resume. Yeah, again, I'm sorry, Shivani, quoting you again and again. It's like, what is there beside your resume? What have you mentioned is the thing what we follow. Yeah, I have the resume for the past 3 days. I can easily look at it. But what is in there? And I've gone through, I know even before my interview, I ensure that I have a clarity on whom I'm interviewing for. But apart from that, if I ask an interviewee, what is there? Tell me. I think that is where we can actually get the most out of that.
Very true, David. Thank you, David, for taking us through how
Much.
total recruitment is regarded, as well as you mentioned about performance, how it flows in from the MBOs or goal setting to what performance evaluations finally land up to. Yeah, so I'll move on to you, Charles, to on the same topic. I'd like to know in Zoho currently, how do you ensure right balance of people's understanding and opinions or judgment versus what's coming in from data while it comes to talent management or performance development?
Yes, Ashmita. So as David mentioned, now it's very, very important to ensure or bringing back, I would say, if you don't mind, bringing back human in HR, right? I always say this, we might have a best practice in our organization. We will have our best process in place because we are living in a digital world, but beyond process, beyond policies, will I be able to handle a situation with human touch? So we strongly believe that data plays a very, very important role. We don't deny that at all. But at the same time, how many times we as an organization, we give opportunity for people? As I said earlier, Zoho and even many organizations, every organization believe that hiring a talent to an organization is not just easy. Not just easy. Now I was, today morning, I was just having a discussion with a bunch of HR leaders in a WhatsApp channel. A 5-year guy, who's been earning somewhere about 45 lakhs per annum. He is coming and putting down his papers, mentioning that he got 1.25 crores as the new offer, all right? So both sides we have in an organization, or especially in technology industry in the last 6 to 9 months during this COVID season, the attrition is very, very high in every industry, especially in technology industry, right? So as David mentioned clearly, the same process which we follow, right? If 2 people are not accepting out of 4 to hire a person, we really need to convince. So any decision taken place in an organization should be collective. Definitely an individual's decision will not be valid in any of the process in our organization. Even with regard to performance, coming back, if somebody is not doing well, I've given 5 opportunities, 10 opportunities, but still, did I give the right opportunity for that person? Data plays a very important role, right? Or getting in depth. Yes, a person have been fighting to play a role as a backend developer, but still, as a HR leader, did I help that employee to find out his strength even after 5 years of his experience? To find out that he is very, very creative. Why don't I get him a different opportunity which brings his creativity out of him and have a role? I can give many, many success stories like that. I would like to share a couple of inspiring stories since students are here. I'm sure they'll be able to easily relate with what I do. One of our employee, a security guard, I'm sure many of you would have seen his news in news channels and social media. He was working as a security guard from North India. He came to Chennai. His name is Abdul Alim. He was working as a security guard in the main gate. Then he was working in the tower building, the reception. Earlier, 7 years back, we always used to have that laptop scanning whenever we come in and leave the office. One fine day, late evening, one of our manager left the office. I had a casual chat with him and asked his name, what is your background, and so on. The third question, when he asked, he immediately said, I studied Java, C++ during my 9th and 10th grade, and he is a 10th dropout. The next day, we had a casual meeting with him. I mean, that particular manager had a casual coffee meet with him. And for the last 6 years, he's one of our senior software engineer in our company, right? So the reason for highlighting, when we can do so much for a security guard in talking to them, find out their hidden talents, find out their inner heartbeat. I think, when it comes to performance management, the same way, did I give the right opportunity for an employee who is working with the organization for 5 years, 10 years? And for example, I'll quote the HR example itself. Now, I wanted to stay away from recruitment earlier, 15 years back. I wanted to stay away from compensation and benefit now, which is number game. I have to be very, 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 very careful with regard to data. And today, I can't be successful if I don't handle right from recruitment till the exit process, right? So only then I can become a HR leader. So to conclude, if we don't have human element in every aspect of our life, whether it is recruitment, whether it is talent management, whether it is performance management, I think today, every business leader, every CEO, every managing director listens to HR, whether we will agree it or not. Maybe many of the HRs won't accept, but I strongly believe that if my Monday morning is exciting for me to go back to my office, I think I am really doing what I wanted to do to bring human element in the organization, whether it is recruitment, whether it is performance management. Thank you.
Nice, Charles. So enlightening and inspiring to hear one of those success stories that you mentioned, right? And yeah, definitely, like, how do we balance both human judgment versus data that comes in, right? Nice. I'll now move on to ask you, Shivani, this. How you are saying across Tata Motors as well as Tiger Analytics, how do you see people analytics playing a critical role in leadership development?
Yes. So I think leadership development has been one area that's very complex, because after a certain point in your career, what we believe is you start bringing in very unique capabilities. And it's not about and the variety in leadership is required for an organization. While at the junior level, it might be, very templated kind of performance, what is required for you. For example, I'll take maybe recruitment as the easiest example. There's a lot of numbers involved, right? So it's easy to measure performance, right? So there could be a month, with a joining ratio of so and so, within the compensation band that is given to you, and all of that. But when you grow as leaders, there are a lot of softer elements also that you imbibe. It's not only the technical skills that are required. So a lot of softer elements. There could be, how do you handle a team, your emotional quotient when you're in difficult situations. And currently, the one that has been added to a lot of handbook, is the resilience. How quickly do you bounce back from a difficult situation? A lot of these things. So when those softer elements come into picture, it is difficult, to judge the potential or capability just like that. So therefore, you had those, leadership development programs in the past. It could be assessment center, it could be a development center. A lot of organizations had those, by virtue of which, you would take candidates through that. But again, that was in one point of journey, right? And if those 3 days are not the best days of your life, then maybe you'll miss out on that opportunity, right? very similar to all of us writing CAT. If any of you have tried it for a couple of years, you would know, that competitive exam, if that year it was a bad day for you, how much ever capable you are, you just miss that whole year, and it's extremely frustrating. So what a data can do is maybe capture those points across your journey. For example, I've seen a person over the past 3 years, and I want to evaluate them for a leadership role, or judge their potential, understand if they're ready. So I'll have so many data points that first it will not be an event-based decision. That's where I think analytics and data capture plays a role. Right. The second thing is there will be no biases. For example, again, it might happen a lot of leadership. If I'm a techie, I tend to prefer techie. Maybe there'll be biases like this because the management jargons might be very overwhelming for me. I'll be like, hey, don't give me all those frameworks, kind of, right? Anybody who can code is a leader for me. If we had that kind of a template in Tiger Analytics, imagine we would be nowhere, right? So what data, the other thing, when you capture a lot of these softer aspects, you can match your value system. Again, a leader the leaders that I have seen at Tata Motors might not work at Tiger Analytics. Again, because of the fundamental value differences. All of them are great people, right? But the way they work, the way they approach talent, the way they take decisions, one world might be extremely dynamic, one might be slow, thought through decision. All of those nuances, I think that's where you have analytics. If you can capture the data over a period of time and then interlay with what you want at a leadership level, that will give you the best judgment, the best candidates to select.
Got it. Shivani, just double clicking and trying to understand this. At Tiger Analytics, there will be a number of leaders whom you focus on for leadership development. So how do you place a governance around people analytics on different programs that might be happening for them? I'm just trying to understand how is it worked out. I'm more taking you on a tactical question might be, but still trying to understand at an execution level, how do you actually ensure that people analytics is kind of stitched with different programs running for leadership development?
So maybe I'll pick up one example because there are various things happening in the background, right? So one thread that we can pick up is it's an area that for improvement has been identified for me. Okay, so suppose communication is an area that has been identified for me as a development, and that's acting as a roadblock before I could get to the next level. Now, what analytics would do is maybe suggest those courses, take my background into account, my communication capability, if it can be measured by certain instruments, take that into account and suggest 5 courses that I need to go through, right? And then after I go through those courses and there's an assessment, again feed that thing back saying, now am I ready? So that continuous thing, right? So I think that is one way of finding out if your programs are working right. So you identify people, you identify what could be the areas of improvement for them, and then there would be a suggestion of learning courses. Once that is done, the scores are fed back again, and then you have a new set of requirements for me. Maybe communication, I've reached the required level. So that is one thread of picking up governance. On an overall level, Ashmita, what we do is keep tab through data, again the time that you take, several other mechanisms. I think it is getting a little difficult for me suddenly to capture the whole gamut of things into a short discussion, but therefore I thought I'd just pick up one thread and explain it here.
Got it. Cool, Shivani. You have kind of helped me understand at least one part of execution, how it happens, right? And I'm sure it is a very complex program, and it's not just one linear program that happens, so staged with so many other functions. Yeah, so I guess sometime I'll catch up with you to understand how it happens in Tiger Analytics. Yeah, cool. I'll move on to ask you, Charles, the same thing. How in your current organization, people analytics is aiding leadership development?
Yeah. See, today, in any team, especially, since I closely work with very young folks who are, between the age group of 18 to 21, 22, and so on, I see a rapid change in the last 2 years in terms of mindset, in terms of expectation, in terms of taking decisions, and so on. So as a leader, how I'm open, or our entire management or entire managers or leadership team open to have our eyes and ears open for listening to feedback from young folks who are very new, who are just one day in our company, who are just 1 month or 1 year in our company, respecting every individual and have an open, casual discussion to understand what they feel. Right? Today, we talk about employee experience. Right? End of the day, now we would like to understand whether our employees are happy, or whether our young folks who are getting in are happy, whether we are really, connected with our young generation who are getting into the company. So, being a leader, I think, giving them opportunity, even if we feel that they might need to take some more time to take up the particular role and so on, are we giving a small rope for them? Right? If not immediately, maybe down the line 2 years or 1 year, they'll get groomed themselves. The bottom line is listening to them and giving the opportunity. That's the key expectation of leadership today. Right? For example, a fresher coming in after 6 months of a very, 6 months is not enough at all. And an 18-year guy or 19-year guy, now with 6 months experience, want to play a role as a product management specialist. All right. So there are so much to learn. So being in HR, now I'll take this as an example. So I've been hired as a recruitment executive in the organization. All right. Within 6 months, I can't just go ask for a HR generalist role. But still, I go back to my 15 years earlier experience. I was very keen on HR generalist role. I don't want to get into recruitment. But every Saturday was a boring day for me during that time, because 5 days work, Saturday, Sunday off. Maybe Sunday I'll have a good food, have a rest, and so on. Saturday I wanted to engage something or learn something. I started visiting campuses for the recruitment drive, which is not my KRA. That's not my role. And that's how I have learned recruitment. And when my leadership team saw that, in the beginning itself, they were able to create a defined role, what I want. Coming back, in our organization, every employee has freedom to choose what they want. For example, I'm a software engineer, I'm a software engineer, a developer. I want to play a small part of role in design stream. I have creativity. I have, a small, a hobby of, getting explored to design world. Can a leader, can HR create a new role for that particular guy to handle both? Because today, if we create these kind of opportunities, rather than having software engineer as a designation, senior software engineer, we don't believe in designations in our company. We don't have designation system. If you want to call as a, as a manager, you call it. If you play a managerial role, maybe you might be 2 years experience. Maybe you might be handling freshers to mold them and so on. So today, the roles, the designations, the titles are designed based on the candidate's name, the employee's name. I can give many examples. I know a person, recently I was handling an employee. He was working in technology role for a long time. And suddenly one fine day, he said, no, this is not interesting. And we wanted to see how we can help. And he said, design is the interest which he's aspiring for. But the problem is, he didn't know anything about design, but he had some creativity, definitely, yes. For example, if anybody comes to us asking that, now I've been playing this role for 5 years, I want to get into a design role. Show me what you have done during this 5 years towards design, right? But we see a curiosity for him to learn. We see some basics, which are we enabling our employees as leaders to get into that role? If, as I said earlier, to conclude, if my Monday morning is boring, if my employees Monday morning is boring to come back to that particular team, come back to that particular role, I think HR intervention, leadership intervention is very, very essential to find out and create what they want. And that's what we have been practicing, and which is really helping a lot. As I said, security guard as an example, I can give many, many classic examples, who have been playing a very, very significant role in our organization.
Got it. Charles, just trying to understand what kind of mechanism from a people analytics standpoint helps you figure out that such opportunities exist?
Yeah. So since we are a product, definitely, what I said, every organization can't afford to do, right? It purely depends on. I strongly believe that, again, coming back, as I said earlier, within the scope, as a leader, we need to be happy and proud about we have done the best, irrespective of data, irrespective of the opportunities within the organization. And end of the day, I need to have a good sleep. Right? So that is the key agenda for any HR leader. To mention, to additionally mention, I would say, employees should feel happy about what HR does in an organization. I'm letting a bunch of employees leave the organization. For example, we don't do that. For example, I'm sharing in my earlier engagement, as I said earlier, every organization is not a charity organization, right? To give them enough cool time and so on. But every organization can bring in a framework within their financial background, within their scope, and so on. So what I do is, for example, if my organization can pay 3 months full salary for my employee, why not, as a HR leader, bring in that framework for an employee who's leaving the organization? His notice period might be just 1 month. He'll be happy getting 3 months salary, then leaving the organization. Number 2, my friend is running an infrastructure company in a city called Coimbatore. He is doing for many international clients. He travels across. During the pandemic, he called me. He said, my business is gone. Gone meaning, it is still, nothing is moving on. And he said, how he don't have a HR guy there. He takes care by himself. And he said, no, what can I do? Guide me. I've been working with him, trying to understand his background, trying to understand what best he can do for top performers and the poor performers, and finally derived a framework mentioning that, see, pay them 50%, it's okay. Or even if you don't have financials, don't pay them. Give them a comfort of taking care of their personal essential needs during the pandemic season. Just 20% of the salary, so that they can have at least one day a meal in our employee's family. All right. So that's what I believe in. Whether you are paying 3 months or whether you are sending an employee out of the organization, irrespective of whatever, even could be a performance issue, handle them with care. Handle them graciously, so that the entire family will not forget the company how they have handled, or that particular HR leader how they have handled. Thanks, Ashmita.
Very true, Charles. As I hear you, a lot of business decisions impact the human decisions to be taken. But when empathy is there in the ground level and as a foundation, that care definitely turns around and people understand and appreciate why and what of it. Yeah, cool. I'll move on to you, David, and try to understand how people analytics is aiding employee engagement more from understanding how to increase productivity of employees in your current org, or any org you want to speak of.
It is, thanks Ashmita again. I think engagement within the organization, that is a critical thing, having everybody engaged at work, doing what they're doing over a period of time, doing uh, with that motivation, with that passion. I think it is something uh, we as leaders, I as a leader would definitely keep a track on it, because that's my key priority. Having retaining the employees, having them engaged at work is more important. It's a human nature. Over we here in the organization, for every role we have an 18 months role maturity. So we consider that every individual post that, I think, is a need. There should be a change within the organization, playing a different role, working in line with their aspiration, ensuring that they meet their aspiration. It's just not having them expected what they're doing. As a leader, it's my role to give them a direction as to where they can see themselves in the coming years. So for talent management, is something what we seek is, we've got certain things in place, like having roadmaps. For that matter, I might aspire, even though I joined based on my necessity. I have multiple things in the organization, but based on the necessity of me getting a job, I might have joined a customer service in the organization. But that doesn't restrict an individual to be in that role for a longer time. So once you complete certain amount of time, for example, a role maturity is 18 months. Once they complete 18 months, we would put them on a roadmap. So we would, during the leaders, team leads or assistants 101 discussions, they would tell them, where is that you want to see yourself? So because that had helped me, for me as an individual, if I have to talk about me, when I started my career after my 18 months in the current role as a CS, customer service analyst, or associate customer service, whatever it is, when I told my leader that I want to get into a trainer, I want to become a trainer, that was the only thing. Because in the HR, like, when you join an organization, the trainer would be your face, like, that's the person whom you get in contact. For me, I always aspire to get into a training. But yes, working with the right leaders will always help you. Sometimes as an individual, you will not see what your strengths are, but the people around you will see what your strengths are. So working with the right leaders matters a lot. So my leader told me that, David, I know that's the interest, I would give you that opportunity, but yes, I wanted you to get into leadership. So my first promotion, as like, when I was an SME and quality analyst, I think as a team lead, I felt I cannot manage a team. But yes, the leaders believed in it. People whom I work with believed in what even I thought of. So in that way, this now in today's generation with the data, it has become very simpler. While we have everything monitored of an individual, for example, monthly one-on-ones are tracked, bi-monthly aspirations are tracked, and the individual is aware that where exactly they want to go. And it is not that, being on that roadmap for 1 year will not help them. There are certain things, for example, there will be certain mandatory trainings they have to do it, that they have to do it in case if they're aspiring. As I mentioned, a customer service with an engineering background, based on the need, even if they just join as a customer service, if they want to get into an engineering setup, operations, they can. But for that, when there is an opportunity, I ensure my team is ready for it. So keeping them on such roadmaps will allow me to think who is ready for such roles. When there is an opportunity, I know A, B, C, D were there, but A is ready, he's doing well. When there's an opportunity, I move A. In line with that, I'm setting an example and making the others aware that this is the strategy what we follow. So these are the data what we need if you wanted to see yourself there in that role. So it has become very simpler and very subjective driven in terms of I would say data, or like it is definitely not how long, what you're doing. No, if I am aspired, if I have my aspirations and if I want to move to something which I've been aspiring for throughout my career based on my education, I can definitely move there. Yes, there is a protocol that to be followed, and once you follow it, definitely you can achieve it. So in that way, with me, data analytics, I think also helped the human resource uh, industry in such a way that, keeping, it's just not human resource, bringing the whole organization in one platform, setting up certain things, you know, it's not process or the domain specific. No, it's standardization across the organization, irrespective of whatever the domain you work. These are the standard protocols what we follow to help you achieve your goals. That's the strategy what we follow, and I completely uh, in agreement to what we're doing, because that's how the career pathing or the talent retention, talent engagement, motivating people and having retaining them for us a longer time. These are the strategies, and I think as an organization, we're doing a fantastic job. They're retaining. If I have to see the average uh, uh, individual of an individual of a person's tenuity in the organization is 7 to 8 years. In that way, we feel that as an organization, it's a great way to retain individuals.
Cool. So nice to know, David. You really helped us understand, different strategies from a HR standpoint and how people analytics is embedded in it to ensure talent is engaged. And
Mhm.
7 to 8 years as an average tenure of an employee, that's like, I'd say, wonderful in current context and how other organizations are faring, right? Cool. Nice to know, David. I think we have a question from Mehak, and she has put it on the chat group. So I'm just reading out the question. Mehak, if you want to come on video, please feel free as well. So, as you mentioned previously, David, how the transition from paperwork to documentation and now AI active practices, do you think this transition came with a burden of increased financial costs? This Fin partner is talking already.
Definitely, I think there would definitely be a financial cost. I think uh, if you run in the same model, I think the organization will not sustain or can sustain what we were doing because the models have changed, the competition within the organizations have changed, the thought process has changed with this pandemic. If I have to tell you before, like with the documentation, I see. We just had a call. It's like we just had a call last week about shredding of the documents. You will not believe, in the organization, in our office, we have got to close to 150,000 resumes which need to be shredded. So in that way, from documentation, it is only resumes, but we also have the graduation, all the certificates about an individual that is there. That is all hard copies which we maintained, because uh, the protocol what we used to follow is we also do, keeping in mind the work authorization. Like when it comes to HR, we also follow, in terms of compliance, we also follow the work authorization. So anybody who's joining the organization, they also have to get certain documents if they're eligible to work in the country they're working. For example, in India, we also check if the person have the valid documents, for example, Aadhaar card, PAN card, and if they're eligible, if they're citizen of India. So we also had those documents which has to be shredded. Now that with this pandemic, we went paperless, we went all soft copies. But yes, again, any paper what we receive, we've got a SOP, an agreement saying that it cannot be shredded for say about 3 years. If it's a graduation, if it's 2000, all the dated. I don't want to get into those nitty-gritties, but there's a time frame for each. In that way, we were accumulating, we were like dumping all these papers, and it's just one floor full of papers. But from there to get here, there's definitely, I think, there's a lot of increase in financial costs. It was not an easy thing to implement certain softwares in the organization. At least the organization like this that I'm working with, who's been in this corporate world for a longer time, a pretty old, one of the corporate companies with a traditional model, it's difficult to, at least somebody who started 5 years before an organization, they've got that exposure of, the technicality or how we can, because most of them come from the old school background. They have their thought process, but with this data, with the technology, what we have, with the analytics, how we can track certain things, and actually took a paradigm shift, I would say. It is definitely not normal shift, but I would say a paradigm shift in terms of, yeah, financial cost is definitely there. There's a lot of stress we had gone through because there's a lot of transition. I, as a team, 70, 80 of them got used to of managing people on, live, and somebody started doing it virtually and with a lot of challenges, and not seeing, not verifying. That has become a way to challenge for us. It was 2020 was such a stressful year. The team and we had all gone through because of the transition phase, because of so many things change in the system. But eventually, thank God that we've come out of all that, and we've seen the better things right now. I think everybody is motivated. If I ask the same question, if my team was motivated at that time, no, it is just for the job purpose. I need to have a job. That was the only reason most of them were hung on to their jobs. It was difficult for me to retain them, difficult for me to sustain them in these roles also, because it was so disturbing with the change what we are going through globally. But yes, with the change right now, it is so smooth, so peaceful. I feel that the decisions taken by me and my leaders are very productive, and team's morale has gone to the next level at this point in time. Where it was dropping, where it was not in the control, but right now, it's so motivating and so encouraging in what they're doing, because as Charles said, my Monday should be, I have to enjoy to get back to my work. And I talk to my team every, any discussions I had, any team meetings, that, are you enjoying what you're doing? That's the first question. If it is not, somebody speaks, somebody does not speak, that is an alarming thing. Some people who don't speak is alarming. So my focus is always on them, like, as to what can be done, how can I motivate them, and how can they be engaged at work. So that is what my question, Mehak. Hope I answered it, in case if you want me to.
Definitely, sir. This answers my question.
Mehak.
Thank you so much, Mehak. Thank you, David. I'll move back to asking the same kind of question to you, Shivani. How much hurdle was it to crack it with BizFin partners in your org to have people analytics as a core capability built?
Sorry, Ashmita, would you like to repeat
Yes,
that?
sure. Yeah, Shivani, I'm just trying to understand, when you had to get people analytics.
We lost you.
Yeah, you're on mute, Ashmita.
Shivani, I had lost network. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now, Ashmita.
Okay, so Shivani, I'm trying to understand, when you had to build people analytics as a core capability in HR, how was it, the discussions with business finance and getting the investment for your team? So how difficult was it, and how into it the business finance leadership is?
My job is easier there, Ashmita, because we sell those solutions to other clients, right? So I don't have to sell it internally to my team. We are an analytics organization, and a lot of other business clients come to us for these requirements. But that aside, when I read this question from Mehak, the first thing that came to my mind is, this has to be seen as an investment and not only increased, as financial cost. Now, what squares off slowly is, so there was paperwork, right? So you had people to, say, scan those documents, store it somewhere. So you had some real estate cost going in there, right? you had people doing that manual job. So you were paying for the man hours that they were spending. Now, when it has moved to AI, maybe it is showing as a blip currently in your balance sheet saying I spent so and so for this software, but there are several other costs that will be taken out of your balance sheet. The people cost who did the manual job, or the real estate cost where you were storing all your documents, the scanning cost, the printer cost, whatnot. Several of those are taken off. And I think as a finance student, what you should be focused on is how is that investment or the cost that I've spent, when is it breaking even, right? It'll always be there for some time. And then slowly when you start getting the advantages out of it. For example, now when I have these AI practices, maybe I spent on a software, but I can predict my attrition. Now, the other side, you were paying money is if there was continuous attrition, you were paying it to a agency, a recruitment agency to hire people, for example. Now, when you have invested in this software, it is helping you to control that. So I think this is not a standalone thing. When you have a people analytics software in the organization, it impacts several other people cost. Maybe you were doing, bringing back your engagement question. I wanted to answer that as well. Suppose as an organization, because you did not have an AI-based, system to predict what is the engagement levels, you thought if I did a lot of fun at work, I bring in an agency, do celebrations, that was going to engage my employees. But no, I think they were, not wanting that. Rather, the engagement problem was I don't have role clarity. Right. So then you start spending in the right direction. So this financial cost increase, I think, yes, we do have a lot of interesting discussions with our finance team when we push our ideas, and they always come back with, this is going to cost a lot. But that's when I bring in a lot of advantages into the future that this will, gain. The software will help you cut out on other costs. And that's how we convince our finance team. Hope that helps me.
Yes, thank you, Shivani. Just a moment, Ashmita, I just wanted to budge in.
I think
I hope I'm
It's
audible.
so nice to know, and I guess all other students. Yeah, cool. I think I'm audible now.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, there was some issues. Yeah, now you're audible. So actually, I just wanted to budge in and just wanted to say that the time is almost over. We have a time constraint, and it was really nice having you all with us. It was a really a knowledge enriching experience for us. Now, if we could just move forward to Achal. Achal, if you could just help, and Ashmita, if you can conclude as well, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Your views brought new insights from the current scenario, from your current experiences. Your remarks definitely triggered new ideas that will benefit all of us as the candidate venturing into the world where HR analytics is at its high and its peak. You definitely kindle a renewed enthusiasm for all of us to venture into that arena. On behalf of the Department of Financial Studies fraternity, I'd like to express our gratitude to you for taking time out of your hectic schedules and enlightening us with such gem of knowledge. The members, the students definitely had a great time interacting with you all, and the expertise that you shared was invaluable. We sincerely hope it was a joyful experience for all of you. And as a token of gratitude, we would like to present a plant to you, which will be planted in your name at Sundarbans, West Bengal. Our only regret being that not being able to host you all in person in the campus. And I hope all of us will soon give us an opportunity to host you again on the campus whenever things get back to normal. Thank you so much for taking out time to interacting with us again. Thank you, David sir. Thank you, Shivani ma'am. Thank you, Charles sir. And thank you, Ashmita ma'am.
Thank you so much. It was nice interacting with you, and yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And I must say that the gift is so thoughtful. I've never received something like this. And I'm excited. I'm going to go check that certificate, the number, if you can share, because
Sure.
this is one of the most thoughtful gifts that I've received. Thank you, team. It was a pleasure interacting with each one of you and the panelists as well, Charles, David, and Ashmita. My pleasure.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Maybe
That was very
Shivani,
thoughtful.
Charles. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sir.
No, I was just saying, I didn't thank Shivani and Charles. It was nice, talking to you as well, knowing your perspective. Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank you
all.
so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll definitely share the certificate with you. So moving forward, we'll take a break here. All of you are requested to keep logging into the Meet, and we'll start soon with the second session, that is the keynote speaker session. Meanwhile, you can turn off your cameras and
Hello.
Yes, hello, ma'am.
So, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, can I start?
Yes, ma'am. We'll just start in 2 minutes. I'll just introduce you to the
Sure.
audience. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
sure.
Yes, I think now we can start the session. So, very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mehek Jain. Along with my co-host Sahil Yadav, will take you on the journey to explore your careers and tap your talents with a number of sessions at our annual HR Conclave 2021. The next session of the HR Conclave series by the Department of Financial Studies unfolds a session on transforming talent in organizations and institutions by today's keynote speaker with us, that is Ms. Manvi Pathak ma'am, Talent Development Head at Trent Limited. Ms. Manvi Pathak, a professional expert in talent management, assessment, learning, and leadership development, has joined us here today to share her words of wisdom. She has a whopping 20 years of experience in HR consulting and COE roles, along with strong consulting experience in talent management with firms like Cipla, Tata Motors, and so on. Currently, she is working as a talent development learning head at Trent Limited. Post-COVID mechanism and the world going through the 180-degree change in conducted its operations with the newer technologies and rates have led to the massive business transformation. In times like these, strategies and techniques to develop such talent to grasp these rapid changes are urgently required. And Ms. Manvi ma'am here with us is going to guide us through the whole process. We are anticipating an interactive and insightful session with you, ma'am. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mehek, for this, nice and lovely introduction. I'm really flattered. So thank you, thank you all, and very good afternoon to everyone. And I'm very, very glad to be here because I'm also an alumni of Delhi University. Many years back, I have done my graduation and post-graduation from Delhi University. And it's really nice to connect back to the to my alma mater. So it's really good. So this is actually a very, very important topic, and transforming talent in organizations. And I'm glad that you guys have set up a HR conclave, which will, the theme itself is very, very interesting, and you will have a lot of speakers who are going to talk about very, very important and critical topics presently. So I understand that you people are doing a master's program and you are not core HR subjects you don't study. So what I have done is because transforming talent is something which impacts everyone, irrespective of whether you are HR specialization or any other specialization, because you all will be joining the workforce at some point of time. And I have tried to make the presentation very, very simple, as much as less jargons as possible. And I have also tried to make it very application oriented, in the sense that everybody would like to take away something from the session today. So that is with this aim, let me start the presentation. What we'll do is I'll take about 25-30 minutes, and then we can have a question and answers. Okay, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. It works.
All right. Okay, thanks. So, these are very interesting times, and the pandemic has transformed the workplace, and you people will be joining the workplace. When you joined this course, and in fact a couple of years back, situation was very, very different. And I myself, after having about 2 decades of experience, I see that how the workplace has entirely changed. Is there a chat option here where people can put questions?
Yes, ma'am. We have chat box, and the students can put their questions in there.
Yeah, that would be good. So people can questions if they have, and we can check the questions. I'll stop in between and take the questions also. So let's start off by, let me ask you guys a question. What do you mean by talent, and what is talent? If people can just put their responses in the chat box, that would be good. And let's make it interactive and not just a monologue. So what do you mean by talent?
Some skill that we acquire over time.
Okay. All right. Yes, talent is a skill. Anyone else?
A strength that we have, which others may not have.
Strength. Okay. All right. Yes. So talent is, whatever you guys have said is all correct. And talent is also you from the organizational point of view, our talent. Can we move to the next slide? Okay. So yeah, before I move into this, what I'm going to cover, let me give you an overview before we get into this, is that how the pandemic has impacted the talent landscape. Okay. What has changed and what is going to change. Great resignation. I don't know whether you guys are aware of this term, great resignation. I'll talk a little bit about it. And if you guys have heard about it, let's share our thoughts on that. Talent transformation. What are some of the best practices companies do? And joining the workplace in a post-pandemic world. So you people are joining the workplace in a post-pandemic world. And what is it that you can expect, and how do you prepare yourself to get into a post-pandemic workplace? Okay. So next, so talent, we were discussing about talent. Next slide. So talent is anything which helps the organization meets its objectives or strategic goals. So if I am a talent for my company, I am actually doing things on my day-to-day life or day-to-day basis, which will help the organization meet its business goals. So that is a talent. So what you guys have said, whether it's a strength or other things that people said is skill, all that is there at an individual level. From an organizational perspective, they see you as a talent if you are actually helping the organization meet its objectives or strategic goals. There are different categories of talent, okay, that the organizations focus on, and I'll not get into those details now, but there's a particular category of talent called high potentials. Have you heard the term high potentials? Anyone? Just reply on the chat also if you guys. Have you heard the word hypots? Heard it once. Okay. All right. No, ma'am. Okay. Fine. All right. So people who haven't heard, hypot is a short form of high potential, and a high potential are those individuals who consistently and significantly outperform their peers in a variety of settings and circumstances. So this is a definition. See, in the academic setting, a hypot is a person who is the topper. Okay, the guy who is the gold medalist, a guy who gold, silver, whatever you have. So those people are actually the hypots in an academic setting. Okay. In the organization, see, what is the difference between an academic setting and an organizational setting? Can anybody give me a short answer to this? How is the academic, like you guys are university students, how is it different from the academic, organization? One can unmute or want to put it on the chat.
So, ma'am, in my opinion, in academic setting, we are all equal here with equal opportunities. But in organizational setting, we have a hierarchy where there are analysts, then senior analyst, manager, and so on.
Okay, all right. Yeah, organizational here, because see, you people are of the same, experience or the same batch. So that is the reason you people are of the same level. Okay. In the organizations, people, there are levels because of seniority, and also because of potential. So we'll talk about the potential part later. Somebody, Shantanu, has said organizational setting is much more holistic and systematic in nature. Yes. See, one of the things is the difference between an organizational setting and an academic setting is that in academic setting, your evaluation is mostly on what you know. Isn't it? I mean, the courses you do projects, and then you are evaluated, and what you know, you get a grade. So on that basis, you progress in the academic setting. In the organizational setting, it's different. Why it's different? Because in the organizational setting, it's not only what you know now, but can you take additional responsibilities in the future? Right? So that is a potential. So there is a difference between performance, potential, and readiness. I'll explain the difference. Performance is what you're performing now. Okay, I'm doing my day-to-day job. In organization, there's a performance appraisal. You guys have heard about this performance appraisal cycle. that some of you might have work experience also. So you know about performance appraisal? Yes, okay. Yes, so people know, there are people who know about performance appraisal. So performance appraisal is at the end of the year. So like in my company, my financial year starts from the 1st of April. And in March, we get a rating of how you have done throughout the year. So, there are different kinds of it. Different organizations have different, some people have, red, green, blue, or, some people have satisfactory, excellent. So different kinds of things. So when you rate a person every year, that is a performance rating. When I say that he's doing well now, but I don't think he's ready for higher roles. Okay. So that is readiness. Probably he or she needs to spend a couple of years before moving into the higher roles. So that is readiness. That you are good, you're performing now, but you're not ready to take higher roles. And potential is whether, and readiness is that probably the person has potential, but probably is not ready now. But potential is a person is actually good and shows those streaks of taking up higher roles. And when the opportunity comes, the organization can take a bet and send the person for higher roles. So those are high potentials. So there's a difference between performance, potential, and readiness. So performance is day-to-day work. Readiness is that you're performing now, but not ready because probably you are too young and you need to spend, suppose a person joins as a assistant manager, you can't make him the manager immediately. You need to work for a couple of years before you can become the manager, but you need to learn more. Potential is that this guy, if a guy, others take 3 years to become a manager, probably this guy will be ready to 2 years or 1 year to become a manager. So that is a high potential guy. So that is the difference between a performance, potential, and readiness. So in organization, when you talk about talent, I'm starting off with talent and then we move into talent transformation. So you guys need to understand what is talent. Talent is anybody who helps the organization meets its strategic goals. A high potential is a person who actually consistently, delivers and consistently performs the peer group in a variety of settings and circumstances. And the performance, potential, and readiness I've explained. Is this clear now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. So then, next, let's move into what is talent transformation. Can somebody explain before I get into this, what do you mean by talent transformation? The theme is talent transformation. What do we mean by talent transformation? Anyone? Acquiring new skills. Okay, 1 or 2 more responses. Yeah. So I can see some responses. Grooming potential talent and molding them to be better leaders in the future. Molding your skills according to the requirements. Okay, good. All of them are correct. All of them. Polishing existing talent. So, Achal says acquiring new skills. Tanmay says to make people ready to meet corporate goals. Polishing existing talents. Prapreet says, Shantanu says grooming potential talents and molding them. Molding your skills. Pawan, Achal says skill change according to present demands, and molding potential skills. Yeah, all of them are correct, whatever you have said, because talent transformation is a broad term. Talent transformation basically means that, how the organization or the individual, because I will talk both from the individual level as well as the organizational level, how the individual as well as the organization, transforms itself or the organization helps in transforming the individual to meet the individual's aspirations as well as the organizational's objectives. That is talent transformation. And talent transformation has become very, very critical. And we will look into this. Why has it become very critical? Let's move on to the next slide. Now, let me ask you how the pandemic has impacted the organization. I have put some points here. If some people can unmute and talk, how do you think? And, you can pick up any of these themes and you can, talk about any additional point. If you have, you can talk about that also. How do you think pandemic has changed the organizational life?
So, ma'am, as you have mentioned in your PPT, work from home have become the new normal. As I have also worked before, I worked in the work from home environment and I was in audit department. So whatever activities that used to be gone out with the companies itself, and we used to visit companies for audit, but those activities used to be from work from home. So there were certain difficulties and there were software upgradations for the same. So that is definitely post-pandemic activity, which I noticed.
Great. Thank you so much, for sharing, your experience. Anybody else? Anybody would like to add before I, start? Peer learning is affected. Okay, Achal says peer learning is affected. Yes, I agree. Okay, good. All right. So, as already mentioned, Shantanu also says something that pandemic has taught us to be on our feet all the time because we never know when uncertainty can hit the world. Very important. Thank you, Shantanu, for sharing this point. So, as already mentioned by your classmate, from work from home to remote work. So, remote working has become the new norm, and now there is hybrid working. You know what's hybrid working? Hybrid working is when people, like in my organization also, we work from Monday to Friday, and the people are allowed to work 2 days from home and 3 days from the office. So you can choose any of the days that you want to come to the office, and you can work the remaining 2 days from home. So this is there. So this is something which was kind of 100% work from home a year back. We are gradually moving into a hybrid work, and it has been interesting as well as a challenging experience because a lot of people in the initial phase of the pandemic were very happy to work from home because they said, oh God, it's so good. I don't have to commute. I'm happy working from home. But it was not easy, and people had different challenges. People had the challenges where, like, work from home was very difficult to demarcate your work time and your personal time, because I could see my colleagues and my friends saying that we work till 7 8 and we don't even get time to have a cup of tea, which was not possible in the office. So you had a tea break, you had a lunch break and all, so it was very difficult. It was challenging because coordination, there was not everything could be done online, so it was a big challenge. Then trust issues were there in some organizations, and with some bosses, they were not able to trust whether the team was actually working from home. So those trust issues were also there. And in fact, a lot of employees also felt that the managers is not understanding my issue or a problem, and this is something that is a big challenge. So it was a mixed experience. Some people enjoyed working from home for some time, some people really enjoyed and didn't want to go back ever, and some people did not enjoy it at all. So it was like a mixed experience. Then organizational processes, okay, like onboarding, somebody joins the organization, onboarding, it's a very, very critical part of the organizational life. When a person joins, there is 2-3 days is spent on the onboarding. So onboarding was something that was done virtually. Okay, so every organization had to completely revamp their onboarding process. Then their performance management system. Okay, because a lot of companies, when the last year, of course, it was different. This year, things are going back to normal. People, when things became normal, it was very, very late. Like in my company, I remember we didn't even have our PMS sorted till September, October. So we didn't know how should we put, because if people were doing things for the first time. So PMS was impacted, and learning, and because I head the learning and development and talent development in my company, let me tell you, learning had completely transformed, because we were primarily a classroom centered learning. We used to have learning in a physical setting, and because people were not available in the office, classrooms were not available, there were a lot of restrictions. We actually had to move learning in a completely digital or learning in a digital or online setup. Okay, contingent work expansion. A lot of people, especially I've read that especially in the lower skill jobs were not required in the company. I'll give you an example. Like in my company, there was a travel department. Okay, in my company, there was a guy who used to handle the travel and ticketing for people. Now people are not traveling. What does he do? Okay, so such roles were very vulnerable during the pandemic. Okay, and what some organizations have done is, either if the person cannot be utilized for any other work, the person was asked to go, or in some organizations they have actually put the person in some other department, or in some organizations who are very forward looking, they would have reskilled the person so that the person can actually be used, and because he has time, he's not doing his regular job that he was doing all this time, he has been skilled in some other function or some other role. So that is something that companies have done. Contingent worker expansion, so that is also there. Then a lot of companies suddenly started becoming very aware of the mental and physical well-being of people, because pandemic was very traumatic. People lost lives, people lost their family members, and it actually came up to the organization, because your boss is seeing you struggling. You are at home, you're seeing your parents or your family members are suffering from COVID. You are under stress, you are not able to perform. The organizations took the responsibility that you as an individual, we have to take care of your mental health and well-being also. And companies actually started employee assistance programs. Like in my organization, we have tied up with a company which is providing counseling services and mental health webinars they are doing for the employees. And even if now the pandemic is kind of, I won't say it's completely over, but still very much under control, people are going back to work, still this employee assistance program is continuing. Then the next is transition from design for efficiency to design for resilience. So it is something that Shantanu also said, that we have to think on our feet, and in this uncertainty, it is very important that we are very agile. So organizations have started functioning in such a way that we don't know when this pandemic is going to end, how many waves we'll have, but we have all this time when we were looking at making our systems and processes very, very efficient. Now we are looking at making it very resilient. Resilient means that you are able to bounce back. If kuch hota hai, so we should be able to emerge, we should be able to bounce back. So that is the focus, and the focus is on development of key skills. So that is very, very important. I'm going to speak more about it later, because from your point of view, because you guys are going to join the workforce, how it is important, because we don't know how the workforce will change, how things are going to change, and how it is important to be agile and focus on learning, continuous learning. That is going to become very, very important. So I'll pause here for a minute, and if you have any questions, we can say. Achil has asked a question: what changes have you seen in employees post-pandemic, as in when everything went back offline? Okay, so we'll talk about this, we'll hold this question. But here, uh, uh, any questions or any thoughts or any observations, suggestions you have here? Yes, please, Ashita, please unmute and ask your question. Acha, your question is, how has pandemic affected the performance appraisal mechanism of organization, and different people were hit geographically as well as mentally? How were the decisions concerning promotions and laying off were taken, with productivity levels being affected beyond the factors beyond the control? Okay. Can we, hold these questions, and, let's take these questions once my presentation is over. Is it okay? Just give me a thumbs up so that it's fine. I'll get to know.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. We can take the questions at the end of presentation. Yes.
Sure. Okay, thanks. All right. So, these are some of the ways where the pandemic has impacted the organization. And let's move on to the next slide. Now, the Great Resignation. Have you people heard this term, the Great Resignation? Have you heard? Yes. Okay, good. Yeah, if you do a Google search, you will see, I mean, it's actually a concern for a lot of organizations. And Great Resignation is what has happened is, now that pandemic is under control, people are vaccinated, they're going back to workplaces. It was a big challenge. Another challenge which has come up is that a lot of people are resigning, and more than India, this is observed in US and UK, that a lot of people are resigning their jobs, and they are not wanting to go back, or even if they want to come back, they want to come back part-time. So many people, in fact, they have projected that 98% of the people in the next 1 year are going to switch jobs. Okay, so this is a monster.com finding. Yeah, can you just move to the next? Yes. So 95% of the workers considering changing of jobs, and 92% are even willing to switch industries by the end of the year to find the right position. So this is Great Resignation. I mean, these kind of behavior is not seen. Even in India, this is happening. In my organization also, I see a lot of people moving out, a lot of people, there's a lot of churn. Reasons, if you ask me, there would be plenty of reasons. Next. Next slide. No, next. Just before that. Before that, just go back. So, yeah, just before that. Now, after this, sorry. So, now organizations are actually struggling to retain people because so many people are resigning. There are some talent, like we've just mentioned about high pots, people who are high potential. Organization will never like to lose a high pot because it's so difficult. It is so difficult to replace people. If you see, no two individuals are the same. Everybody is different. Okay, even if you people have studied from the same class, when you go back to your organization, you will work differently. You might have been taught by the same teachers and the same things and probably got the same marks. But when you go to the company, everybody has a different working style. So some organizations, they would prefer a certain working style and you might get aligned to that organization. And in some organizations, some people might have difficulty adjusting to the organization culture. And so organization would never like to lose a high pot. So that is very important. What organization, and some of why are so many people resigning? So few things are there, better opportunities. Many times, if you see what has happened is, pandemic started in 2020, February, March. For example, somebody had worked in the company for a few years and would have thought that, I'll get promoted or I'll look for a job. the person has lost another 2 years, because it's close to 2 years that the pandemic, in the next couple of months. So people are actually not wanting to wait. Okay, the person might be thinking that I've already lost 2 years, or my company has put all promotions on hold. Nobody's getting promoted. What do I do? Should I wait or should I go? Some people want to continue remote working. They don't want, because of some challenge, whether it's family, personal, or whatever. A lot of companies have given the flexibility of working from any location. Those people are not wanting to come back, and they feel that, I think, some of the people also feel that, they've tasted blood. Okay, so tasted blood means aadat ho gayi hai. I am, suppose, working from a tier 2 city, my cost of living is very less. I'm ready to take a pay cut, and I'm ready to work from home. Some organizations have also given that flexibility, that I am living in a small town, and my parents live there, and I was working from Mumbai or Delhi, but I think, I am, if the company says 15% pay cut le lo, kahin se bhi kaam karo, I am ready to for that. I am okay with that. No child care. Many times what has happened is, organizations used to give creche facility or child care facility in the campus, or sometimes they have a tie-up with some creche. What has happened is, now creches have all closed down because of this pandemic. So, for example, I'll just give you an example, that if a lady has a child who is 2 to 3 years old, and she has to join back work, and she wants to, join back work, and she is where does she, before the pandemic, she used to put the child in the creche. Now the creche is not there. What do we do? Organization is saying join back work. I want you in the office every day. Who is there to take care of the child? Such women don't have any other option but to resign from work. Second, the last point is disengagement. How company has treated their employees during the pandemic. Some companies have done a phenomenal job. They have really taken care of their employees, but some companies have not taken care. They've laid off people, they've done salary cuts, they have not done anything for the employees. That disengagement, that resentment is showing in resignation. Compensation. Sometimes in some sectors, jobs are opening. People who are getting opportunities are getting a better pay, they are moving out. And there is a huge burnout. People are, in fact, in abroad, where people have social security, they get support from the government. The people are actually wanting to take a break, that this pandemic has been so taxing that we want to take a break, and we really don't want to get back to work right now. So many reasons are there for this great resignation. I'm going to pause and take any questions if you have.
Ma'am, I think we can take the questions at the end of the presentation by itself.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. So what strategies would you use to retain and attract more talent? Yes, so we'll take that later. So this is a real problem in many sectors, many organizations. I have also seen this happening in my company. So people are leaving, and people are, the reasons are personal, professional, but this has been a big, so companies had not anticipated. They thought that, 2 waves are over, everybody has got their shots, and I think we are going back to work. So in fact, a lot of people are very happy going back to work also. And, I see on LinkedIn, people posting pictures that I'm so happy being back to, this is where I belong, and this is where I'd like to continue. But there are so many people who have been badly hit, and they actually don't want to go back to their organization. So this is about the great resignation. Next slide. Now, what is happening is that, with this background, so we've spoken about talent, we've spoken about talent transformation, and I've given you a background. Now, with all this, what is happening is there is so much of unpredictability in the organization. We don't know the way we were doing work before. we cannot do that kind of work. I'll just give you my example in my role. My organization, we used to do classroom oriented training. We had a proper training calendar at the beginning of the year, and we used to deliver programs. Now, all that has completely changed. Our budgets have been slashed. We have to look for more innovative ways. Earlier we had people, in the same building, people used to be some 500 people sitting, and they used to come for training programs and all. Now we have people geographically, they are located in different places. People are too busy because there is so much of work. What do we do? How do we train people? And reskilling is also very, very important. If you see, there is so much of digitization which has come into every process. Like, I'll give you an example. When we had opened the stores, so I also in Trent, I also wanted to add, whether you people know about Trent or not. Trent is the organization which is the retail arm of the Tata Group. Okay, so you might be already shopping at West Side stores. Okay, so I belong to the fashion retail part of Trent, and we own more than 200 West Side stores. We own Zudio, and we also own the Star Bazaar and Landmark. So we have more than 500 stores under us. Okay, 500 stores are staffed, and we have our employee strength is over 12,000 employees. Okay, training them, getting everybody upskilled is a big challenge. And in today's world, the way I used to, at least my work, the way I used to work has completely transformed. So I have to look at, upgrading myself, and I also have to look at upgrading the people in the organization. So that is about talent transformation. That how are you making your people ready to adapt to the new normal? And how are you making people ready to work in the new kind of new settings or new surroundings? So what are some of the organizations doing? One of the things is that people are doing is understanding the business scenario. So what is the organization are trying to understand, that what is the scenario? What is it that we want? What is it that how is it going to change? Like, I'll tell you, in our organization, we had West Side stores, people, customer service executives, servicing the people before the pandemic. But now, because of social distancing and other norms, we actually had to completely revamp our customer service orientation program, because people would not feel safe with a customer service executive standing close. How will the person approach the customer? How will the person deal with the customer? Not only that, during the pandemic and the lockdown, when the stores were closed, online selling in our organization, we were heavily dependent on selling in the physical stores. Online was a very little part of the overall sales or the revenue. But now, selling online, people had to get trained in selling online. So, and the future is going to be online sales. So we had to actually work on transforming our talent who could be online salesmen, people who could sell things online. So this is one of the examples that I can give you. Second is that the Gen Z, you people are Gen Z, okay? People who are, about the different generations, Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Anyone? Or do I need to? Different Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z? Anyone would like to answer? Okay, Achal, would you like to answer? What is the Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah,
please
so
answer. Yeah.
Gen Z basically ranges from 1997 and 2012. So people born between the age group are particularly called Gen Z. Then there are millennials, that is between 1981 to 1996. And then before that, it was Gen X, that was 1965 to 1980.
Yes,
There's one more
thank you.
category, but that is way too old.
Yes, yes. Yeah. So Gen Z is the new workforce which is going to join. So we already have millennials, that is a Gen Y, and the focus is more on Gen Z now. So Gen Z is going to be the future for any organization, is going to be Gen Z. So you guys are the future of the industry. So when we are looking at talent transformation, we also have to look at the learning habits of the Gen Z. You know, LinkedIn had done a survey sometime back. I was reading, they have a LinkedIn learning report which comes out every year. And I'll just ask you guys a question. Can you guess how much time a person has in a month for formal training? How much time? Can you give it in terms of minutes? How much time the person has in minutes for formal training or formal learning in a month? Anyone? They had done this with, you know, young managers like you. Guess, anybody, any guess? How much time does a person have for formal learning? Formal means classroom, formal setup. Any guesses? Let's take 3 guesses. Anyone? 500 minutes, Sahil. Okay. 500 minutes. Okay, ठीक है. For a formal learning. 500 minutes मतलब कितने hours होंगे? Can somebody, your finance guys? How many, anybody else? 500 minutes, one more, 2 more I'll see. 3,600 minutes, 2,000 minutes, 1,800 minutes, 60 hours. Okay. All right. Okay. So you guys have given a very, very high figure. 3 hours a day, Pavan says. Okay. There are just 29 minutes in a week that a person can give for formal learning. Young managers, so much of work and so much of this thing, you know, people are so engaged. Are you surprised with the answer? Anyone would like to unmute and say?
Yes, ma'am. I was at least expecting an hour or a couple of hours a day, and at least they can do, like, even if we are including all the formal setup. Yeah, it's quite less as compared.
Yes. So what happens is, see, once you join the organization, you most of the time you will see right now you're learning, and please spend your time and learn as much as you can, because once you move out, you're in the organization might not care so much about your learning, because they are more interested in what you perform. Organization, it depends on the organization to organization. Some organizations do spend some time on do spend a lot on learning, but many times it is the responsibility, your responsibility. Second is, you might not have time because there is so much you have to do, and especially when you are joining the workforce new, you have a hierarchy. So many people will be above you who will be expecting from you. So very little time is there, and the responsibility of learning is from you. So formal learning, only 29 minutes in a week a person can give. This is a LinkedIn learning report. What happens in that kind of a scenario is that Generation Z, that is your generation, is looking at learning in the flow of work. Okay, learning in the flow of work means that I cannot take off time. Suppose I am doing a program today in the classroom setting. You say that I have, you know, let me check my calendar. I have about 2 hours. I cannot, you know, I will not be at the program is for 6 hours. I cannot come for the program. But if you give me an e-learning module of this program, I'll be able to finish it in 2 days. I'll take my own time and finish it. So that is something that the Gen Z is looking at. And also, if you see, Gen Z is looking at learning at their own pace, because they have other things that you do, because they also have a life outside work. Gen Z also looks at work-life balance. This has also come out that, okay, I have 2 hours, let me learn something. After that, I have to go back, I have my gym, and or I have to, meet up with people. So work-life balance is a very integral part, which we did not see in Gen X and the previous generation. Millennials are also that way, quite tuned to their work-life balance. But Gen Z is a person which is looking at learning at their own pace. And that is why organizations, when you're talking of talent transformation, your learning should be learning in the flow of work. So suppose you are working on the platform that you're using in your office also has a learning management system, where suppose you're working on something, some kind of a, financials you're working on, and there's something that you are stuck, and you just have to log into another site there and you will get details over there. Isn't that a brilliant way to learn? This is what the Gen Z is looking at. They want to learn this way. They don't want to sit in the classroom because they feel that they are much more productive and they're much more engaged when they learn at their own pace. This is the research finding learning style of Gen Z. Then the last is continuous learning opportunities. So people in the new generation, and especially the kind of workforce that you are going to look at, you have to embrace learning as a lifelong learning, that I will never stop learning. I have to be very agile. It's not that once the course is over, my learning is over. Okay, I remember, when people used to be in school, finishing the 10th board exams, and they used to throw the books, the subjects that they did not like. I'm never going to study history, or I'm going to take up science. Or a person who hated science will say, I'll never study maths or science. I would like to, go into humanities and arts and all. So those things, you can choose your subjects at that level. But learning should never stop. You should always look at new ways of learning, and people who are agile are the people who will grow. If you don't, if you're not agile, if you stop learning, you will not be able to grow in your career, in your professional life, or as an individual. Okay, let's move on. I think, I'm taking a lot of time. How much time do we have?
Ma'am, we have 15 minutes to spare.
15 minutes. So let me
Yes.
finish fast so that we can take questions and all. So
Sure, ma'am.
joining the workforce in a post-pandemic world. So you guys are joining a times where, things are changing. It will keep on changing. So agility is one of the things that I just mentioned is very, very important. Let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, so let's look at how pandemic has, shifted learning. So, what Skillsoft is an organization which is an expert in, they are an expert in online learning. And their CEO had said this: the new coronavirus pandemic has highlighted the urgent needs to be more digital and to be more human. So, human was something that, you as managers, as organizations, you have to be very you have to be very empathetic, because you have to understand what the person is going on. And one of the factors, you remember, I mentioned that there was a lot of focus on well-being and the mental health and well-being of the employees. So very important to be digital, because and digital also we covered that everything was moving online. So we started selling online, people started onboarding online. So digital became very, very important. Then successful organizations are upskilling and reskilling their workforce, and more strategically managing both long-term career development as well as day-to-day experience. So the companies are looking, because the companies have seen that we were not investing earlier. Those companies which were not investing earlier, they suddenly realized that, oh God, the pandemic has changed the complete, work business landscape. Are people ready to work in this kind of a scenario? No, they are not ready. What do? We will have to train people. We don't know what changes are going to be there. So Udemy is another organization, another learning company, learning technology company, and they have said this. So what are some of the shifts that have happened in the learning? Next slide. So classroom to virtual, we already discussed. Skill development, reskilling and upskilling become very, very important. And there's abundance of digital content. There is so much, like I'll tell you this, Udemy is a company which a lot of you might already know, you might have done courses also. There are courses for 400, 500 rupees, small modules that you can do. Why why all this is available? It's meant for people like you. Not everything can be covered when you're joining the organization. There are so many things, not everything will be covered in your syllabus. I don't know how updated is your syllabus. Even if it is updated, last 1 year has completely changed the business landscape. Your faculty might be teaching you things which are new and relevant, but you have to do the hard work yourself. You can't expect to be spoon fed by the university or the faculty. So that is why these small courses are there for you guys to do and take up these courses, and they're very affordable also. The amount of money that you spend on a cup of coffee, you can get that from a Udemy course, and you get a certificate also. And employers have started valuing those certificates, because if you show them that, oh, these are the certificates that I have done and I have on my own, self-sponsored, they'll be like, okay, this person is so learning oriented, this is so good, the person wants to learn, wants to grow. So this is the kind of a mindset that organizations are looking at. Next slide. Gen Z is learning more than ever and career focused on career growth. Ever focused on career. LinkedIn learning report, it showed that there has been a 50% increase in the learning consumption of Gen Z. Like LinkedIn has a LinkedIn learning. I don't know whether you guys have seen it. LinkedIn learning is a separate, when you take a LinkedIn premium membership, you get LinkedIn learning, and there are more than like 2,000 courses over there, and they keep updating it. LinkedIn workplace learning report reported that there has been a 50% increase during the pandemic. So people in Gen Z, as I told you, that they want to learn in their own space, they have actually utilized this time to upskill themselves. So, your competition is going to be such people. They are your peers. They are the people who are joining the workforce. And if you feel that I'm going to just listen to what the teacher is telling me or the syllabus, difficult, because organizations are looking for talent which is very updated, very agile. Organizations are using learning to drive engagement. So a lot of organizations are also using learning to drive engagement, so that because engagement levels are going down, people are resigning, learning is also used as a tool to drive engagement. And L&D has shifted from nice to have to need to have. So this is very, very important. Nice to have is something that एक 3 program साल का कर लेते हैं, enough है. 2 दिन के program, 6 days is enough for a year. This used to be a traditional mindset. Now managers are having conversations with people that what is it that you're doing. In fact, I'll give you an example. I attended a L&D conference just a couple of days back, and I was one of the panelists there, and we had somebody from Microsoft. I mean, that lady used to work in Microsoft, and she was sharing that in Microsoft, they have actually dedicated half day, I think twice a month, half day, everybody has to do some learning. Probably it's some kind of a module that they have to do, or attend some kind of a webinar or a course. But Microsoft has made it mandatory for employees because they felt that growth mindset is very, very important. Satya Nadella had said that we don't want know-it-all people. We want learn-it-all people. So learning is so, so important in Microsoft. So all these high-performing organizations are looking at learning as a very, very critical part of their growth. Next. I will not focus on this because I think we have already discussed this. This we can skip. Next. This also you can move on. I'll just focus on the last 2 slides. Now this also you can skip. This also you can move. This also you can move. So I'll just, lifelong learning, anybody who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anybody who keeps learning is young. Greatest thing in life is to keep your mind young. So, research has also shown that people who develop Alzheimer's and dementia at the age of 70 plus, they say that they should actually be learning something new, like a new language or a musical instrument, so that the wiring of the brain changes and you are actually young. So if you keep learning, your brain is also young. Next. Habit of lifelong learners. Now, what happens is that, growth mindset, I just said about Satya Nadella's this thing, you have to take ownership for the future. I have been talking about this, that nobody owns, you own your career. Nobody will take responsibility. You can say that I work in this organization, the company will sponsor me for a training program. That's okay. But somewhere you also have to take ownership. You have to have a learning strategy. Like you guys are doing this finance course, the MBA program that you guys are doing. You should know that what are the high potentials, the people who are doing well in the industry. What is it? What has been their career path? What is it that they have done? What are the skills that they learned just after college that I should be learning? So have a learning strategy or a plan in place. If you don't have a learning strategy and plan in place, somewhere your career might, if you have a learning strategy or plan in place, your growth is going to be much faster and better as compared to your colleagues and your peers. Next slide. Yeah. So if you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. And if you're determined to learn, no one can stop. This is what I'll close here. Now, we can take up a few questions. How much time? We have just 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, we can do 2 or 3 questions, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So I'll take the first question that had come. And what changes have you seen in the employees post-pandemic, as in when everything went back offline? So what changes? One of the things that I have seen, and what organizations have also reported, now that people are going back to work, there is a lot of hesitation. There's a lot of there are some people who are quite happy, but there is a lot of hesitation. There is a lot of uncertainty. Like I'll give you an example. In my company, there was a discussion whether we can have everybody coming to the office every day. Now, what is happening is 50-60% of the people come thrice a week, and 2 days they work from home. But now they're planning this. Even this conversation is getting a lot of resistance from the employees. They said, no, I think we should continue like this for till March and then move on. So there is a lot of hesitation. There's a lot of, I think people have adapted well during this time, and people have totally, it depends upon how the organization has enabled this adaptation. So some people, like I was also talking to someone, who had worked for about 4-5 months, and he was also impacted. He also was affected with COVID. And when he went back to work, he said that it was very difficult because my boss was not trusting me. His boss was new. He had joined few months before the pandemic. He said, it's so difficult. My boss doesn't trust me. And I have worked in this company for so many years, but because I have a new boss, building that tie with the boss is so important. And that is why I need to come to the work. So it is a mixed kind of experience that people have said. Next is, what strategies would you use to retain and attract more talent? So strategies that companies are using to retain and attract talent are many. Like, you are telling, in fact, when we do our onboarding, we are highlighting 2-3 things which are very important. We are talking about mental and physical well-being. We say that, we have partnered with employee assistance program partners. So when people are joining the organization, it also shows that you are human. You are not just looking at numbers that perform or perish. You are also looking at other things in the post. So we talk about that. We also talk about learning, that how learning is there and how in the changing work scenario, we are focusing on learning. We are talking about that. And we are also, looking at promoting the job by telling that, your job is secure. we are doing well in my organization because, the company is doing well, we also are telling them that there is a stability, and we are not going to, and we also share stories that how the organization has supported people during the pandemic. So that is very, very important. Any other question?
Yes, ma'am. I think we can take one more and then.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So then Ashita's question was, how has pandemic affected the performance appraisal mechanism of organization as different people were hit differently, geographically as well as mentally? How were the decisions taken concerning promotions and layoff were taken during productivity affected? How? See, every organization had to redesign their performance management system. So a lot of things we had either, you said the department goals in more than individual goals. It was like a department goal which was given more emphasis, and people had looked at, and that also, like, if there were some goals which were, some 5 goals to achieve, it was brought down to 1 or 2, and it was very, very diluted, I would say, because the emphasis was not on evaluating people. It was more of, let's do and manage things together. It was more of focusing on group work and teamwork. That was more important. Decisions of promotion and laying off, nobody got promoted because at that time, it was not a good sign, where people were losing family members. They were, impacted. Their health was impacted. Promotion and all was not something that was done, and we had not done it. What we actually did in my company, promotions which get declared in October, November, we actually postponed it by 6 months. So people who were due to get promotion, we informally told them that it will get, but your promotion is there, it's going to get announced, but it will take some time. So when things were slightly better in November, December, we announced the promotion during that time. Then second is laying off was something that in my company, we had huge losses, but not a single person was laid off, and we actually tried to manage and cutting costs internally. But there were other organizations where layoff was done, and it was something that it was depending upon the culture of the company. Some people, they did not handle the layoff very well, and what happened is, because when you see your peer getting laid off in a bad manner, you feel that this can happen to me also, and there is why there's so much of insecurity, and that is why this great resignation has happened. So how companies have handled the layoff has also impacted the entire scene and scenario. Any other questions? We can take 1 or 2 last questions.
Ma'am, I think the questions are done. Now we can conclude the session.
All right.
Yes,
thank you so much. Lovely connecting with you people, and I'd like to stay in touch with your learning community. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, yes, we would like to add few words to it. So, ma'am, your views brought new insights from the current scenario. Your remarks triggered new ideas that will benefit our corporation for years to come. You helped kindle a reunited enthusiasm for the same topic. So, ma'am, on behalf of the Department of Financial Studies fraternity, I would like to express our gratitude for you for taking your time out of your hectic schedule and enlightening us with your gems of knowledge. The members had a great time interacting with you. The expertise you shared was very valuable. We sincerely hope it was a joyful experience for you as well. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present a plant for you, which will be planted in your name at Sundarbans, West Bengal.
Thank you.
Our only regret is not being able to host you in person. And I hope that you will give us this opportunity to host you again on campus once things get back to normal.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am, once again for interacting with us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I'll log out?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Now it's lunch break and you guys can again join the meeting at 2 p.m. sharp.
Good afternoon. This is Sandhya here.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We can hear you. We'll be just starting in 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.